make that mind a little cool, a little peaceful, right? But the problems remain. Real meditation is to meditate on the Supreme Lord who can finish your troubles. It is real meditation. He is the perfect object of meditation. So let's do that now. We're going to meditate on Krishna. We'll be able to see Him with our eyes. We'll be able to hear His name with our ears. And we'll be able to serve Him by chanting His names with our tongue. And this is the best meditation in this Kali Yuga. Hare Krishna.
Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gaurnitai ki. Hare Krishna. So thank you for coming to the Arati ceremony. We're now going to sing Kirtan. So you know how it works. We'll sing, one of us will sing the lead and then another will sing the repeat. So we'll start with some pranam mantras to Srila Prabhupada and to Gaurnitai, and then we'll sing the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So Rasaraj Krishna will lead us in the singing, and Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Srimate Bhaktivedanta Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatadishatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatadishata Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shiva Chaitanya Bolo Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rivo Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Vivo! Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Bolo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Haribo! Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Haribo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Haribo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. What time? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Pramadwani. When you leave Pramadwani, then you can see how it works. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. 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 Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. So now we'll say the Premadwani prayers, and then we'll have the Nrsimhadev prayers. So we'll say a series of prayers, and when we say Ki, you say Jai.
Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivargacharya Abhay Chanarvin Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Louder, louder. By His mercy we are here, we are enjoying. Srila Prabhupada Ki. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki. Louder. Radha Gokulanand Ki. Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Ki. Go Nitai Bhagwan Ki. Ganga Mai Ki. जमुना माई की, तुलसी देवी की, अयोध्या धाम की, वृंदावन धाम की, नवदीप मायापुर धाम की, श्री श्री गौनिताई की, इस्कॉन वर्तमान आचार्य विंद की, भगवद-गीता की, श्रीमद् भागवतम की. Now the last, who the best devotee of Krishna? So we have to glorify her louder from core of our heart. Then we get a mercy from Krishna. Otherwise, no. Srimati Radha Rani ki, Radha Rani ki, Barsane Wali ki. Okay, please everyone who got a hand, raise up your hand. Otherwise, Krishna next time you know. Right? Raise your hand, come on. Some people I can see, they are not raising hand. And louder. Louder glorifying to Krishna, louder so he can hear in Vrindavan. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Ram! Hare Ram! Ram Ram! Hare Hare! Thank you very much. Have a seat. 5 minutes we're going to have a Nashinga prayer. And then after, you can go and have prasad. There are a lot of prasad there. Okay, don't worry. Please have a seat. नीचे बैठिए. Everyone, सब नीचे बैठ जाइए.
Okay, we'll figure this out. Hare Krishna. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladadayine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Ito Narsimho Parato Narsimho. Yato yato yami tato Narsimho. Pahe Narsimho Hridaye Narsimho. Pahe Narsimho Hridaye Narsimho. Narasimhamadem Sharanam Prapade. Narasimhamadem Sharanam Prapade. Tavakara Kamalavare Nagham Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Kamalare Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Keshavadita Narahari Rupa
Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrsimhadev 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 Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki, Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanandi.
Hare Krishna. So thank you for coming to the Arti ceremony. Now there'll be a Bhagavad-gita class here in the temple room, given by Bhaktanika Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So you're welcome to stay. They'll also be serving prasadam down in the Haveli. Hare Krishna. You want to?
Hare Krishna, everybody. So we're just going to have a Bhagavad-gita class now. And usually we start the Bhagavad-gita class, we sing a nice bhajan called Jai Radha Madhav. So we're just going to sing that bhajan for a few minutes and then we'll start the class. Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bo. Okay, thank you everyone for coming. So now we're going to have a short class until about 2 o'clock. And then there will be more Kirtan and more artis throughout the day. So, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, welcome everyone. So today's class, we're going to be speaking on the topic of connecting with Krishna, how to connect with Krishna. So obviously it's called a Bhagavad-gita class, so I have to mention something about Bhagavad-gita. So basically we're going to be, our starting point from this class is one particular verse from Bhagavad-gita. So this is from chapter 5, text 29 of the Bhagavad-gita. And basically, we're focusing on one particular phrase from that verse, basically where Krishna says that he is Suridam Sarva Bhutanam. So this means that he is the benefactor and the well-wisher of all living entities. So in other words, he's saying that he is our best friend. So we're going to be basically discussing how can we, develop this relationship with our best friend? How can we connect with our best friend? So before we start, there are a few prayers that we normally recite. So this is the Mangala Charan. So just recite the prayers and then we can start. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Miritam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Okay, so So as I said, we're going to be discussing how Krishna is our best friend and then how to develop that relationship with him. So I'm just going to start by asking you all a question. So at certain points throughout the class, I'll be asking the audience, I'll be asking you guys some questions. So yeah, please feel free to join in. Don't worry about, if it's the right answer or anything like that. If we all participate, then we'll all get something out of this. I know most of you probably, you're here for darshan or kirtan, probably you didn't even know there was going to be a class. But yeah, if we can all get involved together, then we can all learn something. I can learn from you, and you can learn from me. So, okay, so the first question I'd like to ask you all. So we're saying that Krishna is our best friend. So why do you think Krishna is considered our best friend? What is it about Krishna that makes him our best friend? So do we have any answers? Anything that comes to mind? Yes? He wants the best for us, yeah? Anything else? Oh, he always forgives, yeah? Any other thoughts? Okay, so I have those two that we mentioned. I have those two, and I have a few others that we'll go through. Obviously, you could have unlimited answers to this, but I've just got a few here. So I'll discuss a few of these in detail, and some of them we'll just go through quickly. So yeah, why is Krishna our best friend? One thing is that he is accepting. He's accepting of everyone, regardless of who we are, what is our situation, what are we doing. He's accepting of everyone. And following on from that, he is non-judgmental. He doesn't judge us for anything at all. And another point which Mataji mentioned, he is very forgiving. So I just wanted to add on this point that we can also see this point of forgiveness in the Bible as well. Lord Jesus Christ tells us the parable of the prodigal son, where he basically tells the story. There's a father who has two sons. And one of his sons, he doesn't want to wait until his father passes away. He wants to have his inheritance straight away. He wants the money straight away. So his father says, okay, you take the money, you go. I mean, obviously he doesn't want the son to leave, but the son is intent on leaving. So he gives him his inheritance and then he leaves. And then we see in this story that eventually he wastes all of this money on a very extravagant material lifestyle, and then he has none of it left. But he thinks, I can't do anything. I can't go back home because, I've wasted my father's money. What will he think of me? He'll think badly of me, obviously. So I can't go back home. But eventually he has no other choice, and he returns back home, and he thinks his father will be angry, his father will be upset. But instead, his father doesn't care about any of these things at all. Immediately he sees him, he runs to him, he embraces him. And he's just happy to have his son back. He doesn't care about all of the other things. So similarly, we all left Krishna. We all left our home in the spiritual world, and we thought, I'm entitled to some enjoyment here in this world, so I'm going to go and claim this enjoyment for myself without Krishna, without my father. But same situation, just like he wasted all that money, we have wasted lifetime after lifetime in this world. But eventually we realize, this is not giving me the happiness that I'm actually looking for. And then, but we shouldn't, in the same way that son, we shouldn't think, oh, Krishna won't want me back, after this. But no, if we go back to Krishna, then he'll embrace us with open arms. He won't care about all of the other things, His love for us is not reduced at all. So he will welcome us back. So yeah, he's very forgiving. He is also very appreciative of everything that we do. He pays very little attention to any of the mistakes that we commit, but just the smallest thing that we do for him, he makes it a big deal. He magnifies it. And Srila Prabhupada says on this, he says that the Lord accepts the least qualification of the living entity and awards him the highest reward. That is the standard of his character. And then also, another point that we mentioned, he wants us to achieve our full potential. He wants the best for us. Also, out of a best friend, we have you can have superficial friends, hi, hello, how are you friends? But those kind of friends, if you're doing something wrong or if you're going the wrong way, they won't say anything. But if it's really a best friend, if it's a very close friend, then they will tell you. So similarly, Krishna, out of compassion, he corrects us where necessary, but this is obviously for our own good. Also, Krishna is very dependable. He's the most dependable. And we can see this from Krishna's pastimes. For example, there's one pastime where Krishna is with the cowherd boys. And all the cowherd boys in Vrindavan, they come across this huge demon, Aghasur. This demon is taken on the form of a huge python. This massive python, and its mouth is open, and it resembles like a huge cave that is stretching all the way up to the clouds. So these cowherd boys are there, and they're thinking, oh, what is this? Is this like a natural feature of the landscape? They thought, no, it can't be. Is this a statue of a python? Then they got a bit closer. Then they thought, no, it must be a dead python. Then they came right up to it and they said, actually, no, it's a real python. But still, what did they do? They went inside anyway. They went inside this huge gaping mouth and they were clapping, they were laughing. They thought it was just a game. They were completely unafraid to enter the demon's mouth. Why was this? Because they were fully confident that Krishna would protect them. So in other words, they knew without a doubt they could depend on Krishna to save them from the demon, and of course he did. So just a few points. So we mentioned he's accepting, non-judgmental, forgiving, very appreciative, wants the best from us, corrects us when necessary out of compassion, and he's very dependable. So Srila Prabhupada also says why we should make friendship with Krishna. He says, Krishna is the best friend of everyone. So if you want friendship, make friendship with Krishna. He'll protect you and he'll satisfy you in all respects. So in this last part, Srila Prabhupada is giving us another reason why Krishna is our best friend, because he is fully qualified to satisfy all of our needs. So therefore, Prabhupada is advising, if there's anyone you should take shelter of, it's Krishna. In our lives, we place faith in so many material things just on a daily basis, So many things we just have faith in, and we don't even think about it, If we're, just, for example, we're taking the car to work, we have faith that we're not going to get in a car crash, or similarly, if we go in the train, or if we get a cab or something like that. Yeah, a cab, like we don't know who the driver is, never met them. We have faith in this random person that he will take us to the destination. Or this, or a plane, we have faith that it's not going to crash, even though we don't know the pilot or anything like that. So many different things we have faith in on a daily basis. But none of those things can give us that full protection from everything. Only Krishna can do that. So if Krishna can protect us from everything, then surely we should have faith in Krishna. If Krishna can satisfy our every desire, then surely we should have faith in Krishna. Because obviously he knows everything about us. Those who are in our lives, obviously they're trying to do what's best for us, our loved ones, our family and friends. But they don't know everything about us. They can't possibly. Because only Krishna knows everything. He knows everything that's going on in our mind, in our heart, every single thought that we've ever had in every lifetime, every single desire that we've ever had in every lifetime. So he knows everything about us. So, obviously then he knows what is truly best for us over long term meaning all lifetimes. Again, our family and friends, they might know what is best for us in this lifetime, but they won't know, what is our long-term benefit. So only Krishna can know these things. But at the same time, it doesn't mean we just, Srila Prabhupada says, it's not that Krishna is our order supplier. So we don't use Krishna like Amazon, just to fulfill our desires, because then obviously we're not having a loving relationship with him. It's just, you do this for me, I do this for you, and that's it. That's as far as our relationship goes. It's just a business transaction. So obviously that's not the kind of relationship that we're trying to develop here. Okay, so this is just the introduction to the class actually. So I don't know if I'll actually cover everything, but So the main point is, how do we actually develop this relationship with Krishna? And just to explain, we're not trying to artificially create a relationship with Krishna that wasn't there before, but uncover a relationship that we already have. So analogy is given that just as a magnet cannot attract iron that is covered with rust, our natural attraction to Krishna cannot take place when our heart is covered by the rust of material conditioning. But by following the process of Krishna consciousness, we can remove this rust. So it's very nice analogy, because I'm saying to you that we all have a relationship with him. We're all attracted to Krishna, but you might think, oh, but I'm not feeling so attracted to Krishna. I'm seeing Krishna here, but I'm not feeling so attracted to him. You know, he looks nice, or maybe he's just a statue dressed really nicely, but I'm not feeling anything more than that. But the attraction is there, but it's just been covered by this dust. By this rust. But by following this process of Krishna consciousness, remove that rust, and then again our heart will be attracted. So basically, the main body of the class will be based on an acronym. So we like to teach things using acronyms. So the one I'm going to be using today is PRAY. So based on the 4 letters of that, we will cover 4 ways by which we can connect with Krishna, and through that uncover our natural relationship with Krishna. So obviously, I'm sure, on our own we can also identify other ways, to connect with Krishna, but obviously we can't cover all of them. So personally, I found these four methods to be very effective. So the first one, so P stands for practice, and we also use the word sadhana. So this is our devotional practice, the main activities that we perform in devotional life. Again, there's so many, but I'll cover a few. So one is japa. So I'm sure you've seen devotees chanting on beads. You can see some devotees here. So japa, so we have 2 different ways. We had before this, we had kirtan. So these are 2 main ways to connect with Krishna. So japa is like our personal phone call to Krishna. And then kirtan is like a group Zoom call with Krishna. So, japa, this is our personal time, our intimate time with Krishna. Kirtan, we are helping each other to connect with Krishna. We're inspiring others, and if we put effort into the kirtan, then others will want to put effort into the kirtan, and then we'll all get more out of it, and we'll all connect with Krishna better. So we have japa and kirtan, so basically chanting of the holy name. And also, we have, under practice, is regular reading of scriptures. So we started by mentioning Bhagavad-gita. So we have various scriptures like Bhagavad-gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita. These are main scriptures that we cover here. And just by regularly reading these, by hearing these, we can go such a long way to connect with Krishna. It's so powerful. It doesn't sound it. Just hear about Krishna, that's it. But it's not a material thing, it's a spiritual thing. When we hear these spiritual vibrations, then it starts to cleanse our heart. It starts to remove that dust from our heart. So this is just a few things. Chanting the holy name, reading the scriptures, and also doing these things with others, with other devotees. But the point about all these practices is that it should be done on a regular basis. And if we do it regularly, if we do it every day, then this shows to Krishna that I'm actually committed to this relationship. I actually value this relationship. Because otherwise we do it once this week, then we do it twice the next week, then we do it once the next month, and then we don't do it for a year. Then, Krishna doesn't think that, I'm really taking this seriously. Because we understand from Bhagavad-gita, to the extent that we turn to Krishna, to that same extent, he reciprocates. Okay, so that is practice. Also, our practice of Krishna consciousness, it shouldn't be just like a side thing that we try to fit in between, between our career, between our family life. Obviously, at the beginning, it might be like that. That's unavoidable. When it's completely new to our life, obviously, we're going to try and fit it in where we can. But ultimately, we want to try and move to a point where it's the other way around, where every aspect of our life fits into our spiritual practice, is actually driven by spiritual practice, is actually made even better by our spiritual practice. When the sadhana is in the center, then everything else flourishes even better. Okay. So as I said, we're going through pray, and P was? Who can tell me what was P? Practice. Okay. Okay, next one. R stands for reflection. So again, for all of these, there's so many things that we could say. But I'll just pick out a few things. So one thing that comes to mind in terms of reflection is starting to see how Krishna has his hand in our daily lives. So we mentioned earlier, Krishna knows everything about us, and obviously he knows everything about everything, so he has a hand in everything. So in every difficult situation, obviously this is easy to say, harder to do, but in every difficult situation, we should at least try and think, even if I can't see it right now, Krishna has there's some kind of arrangement of Krishna in this situation. And then we start to think, what is Krishna trying to teach me in this particular situation? And actually this also relates to what we mentioned previously about reading the scriptures. Because the more we become engrossed, more we become absorbed in the Shastras and hearing about Krishna, then the more we will be able to, see Krishna's appearance in different ways. So in other words, we're basically seeing things through the eyes of scriptures rather than these material eyes that we have. And because the scriptures are seeing things with perfect vision, because they're given ultimately by Krishna, by the Lord. So they are perfect. So if we see things according to the scriptures, then we can also see things perfectly, even though we're still materially conditioned. Another point which is one of the most important things actually for reflection is appreciating Krishna and developing gratitude towards him. This is also one of the most powerful ways to develop that personal relationship with Krishna. So, obviously, we have to do the first thing that I just mentioned, seeing Krishna's hand in our lives. If we don't see, what is Krishna doing in my life, how can we be grateful? We don't feel there's anything to be grateful for. So a simple way to do this, just a practical way, is just appreciate the beauty of nature, the beauty of nature around us, but with the understanding that it's not just something, it's just something nice, but it's material. No. We understand that Krishna is behind it, and therefore, we consider it even more beautiful. So, Srila Prabhupada says in one of his commentaries in Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, he says that what they call beautiful nature is but his smile, and what they call the sweet songs of the birds are but specimens of the whispering voice of the Lord. So we start to see the beauty of around us and connect it to Krishna, and then obviously then our mind goes to Krishna automatically. And sometimes we may be walking in nature and we see a beautiful flower, and then we start to think, instead of thinking, oh, that looks nice, then we think that would be nice to offer to Krishna. Immediately that thought just comes to our mind when we have that devotional outlook. And Srila Prabhupada, he also says, if this is the beauty of nature, then how much more beautiful is the creator of that beauty? And obviously Krishna is the most beautiful. Also this point about seeing Krishna's hand even in difficult situations. So Prabhupada says that learned devotees accept even conditions of distress as representing the presence of the Supreme Lord. When a devotee is in distress, he sees that the Lord has appeared as distress, just to relieve or purify the devotee from the contamination of the material world. So you mentioned this point about removing this rust from our heart. Another analogy is given that our heart is like a mirror, and we're trying to remove the dust that is on that mirror. We're trying to cleanse it. So similarly, these difficult situations are sent in our direction to cleanse us, and also to make us realize that we don't actually belong here anyway. All these distressful situations are happening, so surely we would want to go to a place where none of these things actually happen. There's no distress, there's no misery, there's no birth, death, old age, and disease. So Krishna is trying to remind us that that is our home, and we should desire to go back there. And obviously in Bhagavad-gita, chapter 8, text 15, Krishna says that after attaining me, my devotees never return to this temporary world of misery because they have achieved the highest perfection. And also, another little practical thing that I've been trying as well. Whenever we experience some painful situation, whether it's literal physical pain or some other kind of situation or some kind of distress, I've been trying to just immediately thank Krishna, just say, thank you, Krishna, for this. Even though I may not feel at that time very grateful at that time, I may not feel so thankful, but I know for some reason that I can't understand yet, Krishna has done this for my own good. So just thank Krishna. And it sounds a bit simple, it may sound a bit silly, but it actually works if you keep doing it. It's just a little way that I've found that you can actually develop that gratitude. Okay, so we're talking about reflection. So obviously we have to mention the main thing is that we can write our thoughts and reflections in a diary, in a blog, in a gratitude journal, whatever we find works for us. And this is, many devotees will agree that this is actually one of the most powerful ways to connect with Krishna, is simply to write things down, to write our reflections, to write our thoughts. Whatever's happened doesn't have to be, some amazing poetry or anything like that. Just whatever comes to mind. We're just basically speaking to Krishna. That's all. It's nothing so big or daunting. Simply just speaking to Krishna, developing that relationship, and expressing to Krishna our gratitude. Also, another thing is prayer. So prayer, similarly like this point about writing, prayer is a way that we regularly maintain contact with the Lord by praying to Him and telling Him what is in our heart. So we've been a stranger to Krishna for so many lifetimes. So at first it might feel awkward or artificial to suddenly start speaking to Krishna. Especially we can't see Him, we can't perceive Him at the moment. But similarly, like writing things down, writing your reflections, the more you do it, the more natural it becomes. And, we mentioned earlier when we were talking about why is Krishna our best friend, we said that He is, He's non-judgmental. So whatever we say to Krishna, we can be confident that there's no judgment, there's no criticism, so we can, just say anything. And He's actually willing to hear what we say. It's not that we say the same problems, and after a while they're, you're just saying the same thing and again, and they may not say it, but they're tired of hearing that. But Krishna never gets tired of hearing whatever we have to say. And so this is another very effective way to develop that relationship. So we may be thinking, how do I pray? There's so many prayers in the Bhagavatam, but you may feel, how can I write prayers like that? But you don't have to. Even you can just recite those same prayers from those great devotees in the Bhagavatam. So if you do that, that's perfect as well. But it said that if you want to make a very personal prayer to Krishna, it's recommended to include four aspects or four sections of that prayer. You don't immediately just say, Krishna, give me this, and that's it. The first aspect of a prayer is that we should glorify the Lord. Then once we have glorified the Lord, we'll see every single prayer in the Bhagavatam starts like that. So we glorify the Lord, then we talk about gratitude. So second thing, you express your gratitude to Krishna for whatever it might be. Third thing, ask for forgiveness for anything we've done wrong or any mistakes that we may have made. Then after those three things, then the last thing is to actually make your request to the Lord. And even then, it's not like we mentioned earlier, it's not that you're asking for something material from Krishna, something that will help you in your spiritual life. So that's what we're praying for. So we have those four aspects. Okay, so that's P and R. So what was practice again? Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. What was R? Reflection. Okay. Anyway, so yes, yeah, go for it.
You mentioned about expressing your wishes or your thoughts.
Yeah, yeah.
Krishna resides in us and knows it already. Then why pray?
Yeah, yeah. So I wrote something that actually is not here, but I've written it elsewhere. Yeah, it's a very good point, and people do say this. Actually, many people probably say this, that why do I need to say anything? You know, Krishna knows everything. He knows what's in my heart, so there's no need to say anything. But the point is that you're trying to develop a personal relationship with him. So speaking it out loud is part of that. It's part of developing that relationship. Just like in our other relationships, we don't just say nothing and expect, I mean, sometimes we do, but we shouldn't really just expect them to know everything and expect them to be a mind reader. We do fall into that trap, and then, you know, we feel disappointed when they don't, you know, meet those expectations. But ultimately, we want to try and, you know, communicate, express ourselves, and that is all part of relationships. So in the same way, we want to develop that personal relationship with Krishna. Thank you. Similarly, you can say the same thing about Krishna. Krishna's perfect. He's you know, unlimited. He's the most powerful. He's the most beautiful. All these different things. We can say we don't need to do anything. Krishna will do everything, but it's all part of developing that relationship. So hope that helps. Okay, so that's P and R, and the next one is A. So actually, maybe I'll ask you if you can. Maybe you can guess. What do you think A would stand for? Something very important that we always talk about in Krishna. Sorry, say that again? Affection. Yeah, that's very important, but it's not what we're going to cover today. Any other ideas? Association? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So Sangha, association of devotees. So, you know, we can gain conviction in this process of Krishna consciousness by associating with Krishna's pure devotees. Because, you know, we may just be starting out, and we may not be thinking, or we may not think, oh, does this actually work? We don't know yet, because we're just starting. But Krishna's pure devotees, or, you know, his very advanced devotees, they're living proof that this process does actually work. So even if we don't know, but we see others, and we see that example in them, you know, we may know other devotees in the temple like that we just look at them and we think, oh, you know, they're so incredible, so much amazing qualities they have. And, you know, it'd be nice to have, you know, at least some of those qualities, to develop some qualities like that. And we can, you know, it is possible. You know, this process is not for us to just watch others and think, oh, they're so amazing. We can also become as amazing as they are. We can also become pure devotees. For example, Srila Prabhupada says that, you know, I've not spent all this time, so many years, decades, translating these books for you, you know, just to read and that's it. No, I've translated all these books from Sanskrit to English just so that you can become pure devotees. So he wants us all to become pure devotees, just like these other devotees that we see around us. And also, if we, far away or whatever certain situation in our life that we can't actually associate in person, obviously we have so many online things as well. But in addition to that, the instructions of the Lord and His pure devotees, there's no difference between the devotees and their instructions. They're the same. So we can associate with a person or with their instructions. It's the same. Materially, it doesn't make sense. How can it be the same? But spiritually, it is, because it's a mystical thing. So yeah, if we follow their instructions, then we can associate with them. And on a similar point, just by reading Srila Prabhupada's books, we can associate with Srila Prabhupada. He says that you can find me in my books. He says this in the Bhagavatam, actually, that you can find me in my books. And I've experienced this sometimes. I'm sure other devotees who've been around for longer can tell you this better than I can. But the more we read Srila Prabhupada's books, we start to understand what kind of person he is. We start to get to know him. And I haven't got it here, but on a personal note as well, hearing Srila Prabhupada's lectures is also extremely powerful, because we're hearing his actual voice, we're hearing that spiritual vibration. And, I've only been around for a few years, but I've started to understand Srila Prabhupada a lot more just by hearing his classes. I try to listen to a class every day. They're all online. It's not difficult. As in, you can just be doing something, and then in the background you can have a Prabhupada class playing. And you can also have the transcript. You can follow along the words if you find the Bengali accent a bit difficult. You can follow the words there as well. And basically, I felt that the more I listen to these classes, I start to feel like I know Srila Prabhupada to the point where now I can know what he's about to say. Sometimes I know exactly what Srila Prabhupada is going to say before he says it, because one thing, he says the same point so many times to reinforce them, but also the way he speaks and the things that he says, it just becomes almost second nature, and you actually know, Srila Prabhupada said this, he's going to say this, and then he does. Not always, but it does happen sometimes. So obviously, in material relationship, if you know what the person is going to say before they even know it, then someone else would say that must be quite a close relationship. So we can develop a closer relationship with Srila Prabhupada. And with any of the great devotees, we see other great devotees up here, Srila Prabhupada and the previous, previous acharyas before Srila Prabhupada. We can actually connect to them as well. I've also felt that as well. We can actually, not just theoretically, we can actually, just like with real people, with people who are actually there in our lives, like our family and friends, we have a emotional relationship, for lack of a better word. We have on the platform of the heart, we have that relationship, and we can have that relationship with all of these great devotees. It's not that, we hear about their lives theoretically, and it's like we know facts and figures about them. No, we can actually just like we have a relationship with those in our lives at the moment, we can have the same kind of relationship. And I genuinely mean that. Even though we can't see them in front of us, we can read about them and hear about them and develop that relationship. Okay, so it's almost 2, so I will speed up a little bit. Okay, what was P? Practice. Okay, what was R? Reflection. And A? Association. Okay. So, the last one that I've got, as I said, there's so many other things we could think of, but the last one that I've got is yearning. So a yearning, basically a desire or longing for Krishna. And basically, this can be developed. I mentioned this point a few times about hearing about Krishna. So the more we hear about Krishna, the more we can develop that desire and longing for Krishna. Just like we have the example of Rukmini Devi, who she never met Krishna, but just by hearing the glories of Krishna, she decided that I want to spend the rest of my life serving Krishna. I want to dedicate the rest of my life to Krishna. I also want to, marry Krishna. And, you know, she feels that I can't be happy with anyone else except Krishna. And this is just by hearing about Krishna. She never met him. Another way is to develop that desire for Krishna. The whole point of developing this desire for Krishna is this point earlier that we mentioned, that we understand, I want to go back to Krishna. I don't want to be in this material world anymore. So one thing is understanding that we need Krishna in our lives in so many ways. I mean, ultimately, we can't do anything without him. We can't live without him. Even if we want to forget about Krishna, he has to arrange for us to forget about Krishna. So even if we want to become an atheist and completely reject God, without Krishna we can't become an atheist. We can't, by his arrangement, we forget him. Because basically Krishna fulfills all of our desires. So if we want to turn to him, if we want to get to know him, then he will help us. And if we don't want to know him, then he will help us in the same way. He doesn't force us at all. Okay, so on this point also is we start to regret our decision to leave Krishna. Start to understand that the grass wasn't actually greener on the other side. And then we realize, okay, I want to go back. So ultimately, we're getting to a point where we realize that nothing can make us fully happy except Krishna. Nothing can make us happy in this material world, you know, maybe for a few seconds, few minutes, few hours, maybe one lifetime, but beyond that, no. That kind of happiness can only be found in Krishna. So, yeah. Without Krishna, basically, there's no lasting happiness to be found anywhere in this world. But if we turn to him, we can find happiness everywhere. Wherever we look, we'll find happiness. Okay. Okay, just one more time. What was P? Okay, I'm just doing this so I don't forget. Okay, practice. R, reflection. A, association. And what is the first letter of yearning? Jai. Y. Okay. Okay, so those four methods is what I wanted to tell you about how to develop that relationship with Krishna. And the last thing I'll just mention in the last 40 seconds is that what is the kind of relationship that we can look forward to with Krishna when we reach this perfection and become a pure devotee. As I said, everyone can become a pure devotee through this process of Krishna consciousness. So what is the perfect relationship with Krishna? Because I've been saying that this is what you should desire, but why should I desire this? Basically, Krishna and his pure devotees are one. But, just to clarify, they're one in the sense that the devotees' desires and motivations are completely in line with that of the Lord. It's not that one in the sense of merging with Krishna, but simply having the same desire and understanding that Krishna desires something, so I also want to desire that. I also want to do whatever pleases Krishna. I just want to end with a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, which basically says that Krishna and his devotees are in each other's hearts. So this is Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 9, Chapter 4, Text 68. It's a very famous verse. Sadhavo hridayam mayam sadhunam hridayam toham madanyatte na jananti naham tebhyo managapi. So translation for this is, the pure devotee is always within the core of my heart, and I am always in the heart of the pure devotee. My devotees do not know anything else but me, and I do not know anyone else but them. So, I'm sure you can agree, very beautiful verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. In fact, one of the sannyasis in our movement, Shivaram Swami, he's written a whole book just on this one verse. So the point is that, Krishna's pure devotees, they're completely selfless. Everything they do is for Krishna's pleasure, for Krishna's happiness. And just just a final example of this, we're talking about the pure devotees, and we mentioned earlier about the coward boys. So another example about the coward boys is that, once they were trapped in a massive forest fire, there was this terrible fire blazing all around them, and they were, it's mentioned what they said in the Bhagavatam, that they were actually crying out to Krishna to save them. And I remember one time I heard a very beautiful point about this from one senior devotee in our movement, that it's not actually they were thinking about their own survival, that their own safety, and for that reason they were crying out to Krishna. No, actually, they were crying out to Krishna for help because they were concerned that if they died, who will serve to Krishna? Who will serve Krishna? There will be no one to serve Krishna. So we need to stay alive just so that we can remain here and serve Krishna. For their own survival, they don't care. But it's just the point about serving Krishna, being there to fulfill Krishna's desires. So, yeah. So that is everything that I had prepared. That's everything that I wanted to say. So I'm not such a big speaker. I usually just stick to singing and let other people speak. But I was asked to do this class and thought, for my own benefit, let me speak something. So I hope it was okay. I hope you got something out of it. And yeah, thank you for coming, and thank you for staying for the whole class without falling asleep. Usually if I'm on that side, I normally fall asleep. Others probably know me quite well. So it's good to actually be here and speak, so then you have to actually stay awake. So yeah, thank you so much for helping me in that way. So yeah, Hare Krishna. And there should be other devotees coming now to continue the Kirtan. We normally have Kirtan throughout the day on Sundays. So yeah, please do stick along for that. And yeah, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sitaram, Lakshman Hanuman, Sitaram, Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Gaur Premanande Hare Hare Krishna. So now we'll continue with Kirtan, so some other devotees will be continuing. Hare Krishna.
You represent Lord Balaram. It's Balaram. Balaram. We had so many roads to this. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Rankita po, ulisin. Tal ni બીજું બુક ત્યાં રાખી દો છોકરાઓ છે ને બધા પછી આપણે ઊભું થવું પડશે ના ઓલું બોક્સ ત્યાં રાખી દો બોક્સ ક્યાં છે નથી ના ના એ જરૂર નથી એક જ થેન્ક યુ તમે અહીંયા રાખો जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलनंद की जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय श्री गौर निताय की जय शिला प्रभुपाद की जय. We're going to chant the Mahamantra, continue with the chanting of the Mahamantra. Everybody please join in. It's a very simple chanting Hare Krishna and Rama, 3 words repeated 16 times. Okay, nice good sequence. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Those are very simple. Just chant along with us. Thank you. For initiation?
Not initiation, but just chanting beats.
Okay.
It's got 2 CDs.
Okay. As well. 2 beats as well. Okay, so come here. Join in with the Kirtan. 3:30 she will come. She or Prabhuji will come. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
A little early. They can join us here.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, so
फिर सेटल થઈ જાય પછી ફેર સેટલ થઈ જાય પછી 6 વાગે
હા ત્યાં સુધી છે
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रसाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी प्रश्चादेशधारिणे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासरी गौरभक्ति हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे all together हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे all together हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा all together कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Kalau cukup mah, nah ini nanti hari mana? Laila nanti, Megna, Insya Allah nanti. Hari.
Yeah. Play. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Rama
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya
Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita.
Gauranita, 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 Jaya Gauranita.
Jaya Gauranita, Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
No, you get like sorry. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna,
Krishna. Mike, stand.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna. Prabhuji.
Yeah, please, yes.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Rama, Hare
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Jai Gaur Premanande. The next arti is at 4:20 and another 20-25 minutes. We'll continue with the chanting. Please, everybody, carry on chanting with us. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
So Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Jai Guru Premanande. Jai Jai
Jagadguru Shri Prabhupada ki
Jai
Gaur Premanande
Hare 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 Bol.
Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Name
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Chacharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi
Namaste Saraswate Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Rashtrata Desatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman
Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai.
Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Jai Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol
श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद की, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, श्री श्री गौर निताय की, जगत गुरु शिला प्रभुपाद की, गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Hari Bol. If everybody can please take a seat. We still have got to chant the Nrsimhadev prayers. It's for the protection of everyone. Please take a seat. It's for 5 minutes prayers.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Hiranyakashipu Aksha.
Hiranyakashipu Aksha.
Hiranyakashipu Aksha.
Hiranyakashipu Aksha.
Shila Sankana Kala Hare.
Shiladamkana Kalare.
Shila Sankana Kala Hare.
Shiladamkana Kalare.
To Narsima Parto Narsima.
Ito Natsinga Parato Natsinga.
Ito Narsima Parto Narsima.
Ito Natsinga Parato Natsinga.
Yato Yato Yamitato Narsima.
Yato Yato Yamitato Natsinga.
Yato Yato Yamitato Narsima.
Yato Yato Yamitato Natsinga.
Vahe Narsima Hridaye Narsima.
Bahir Natsinga Hridaye Natsinga.
Vahe Narsima Hridaye Narsima.
Bahir Natsinga Hridaye Natsinga.
Narasimha Madi Charanam Rapade.
Narade Mamadim Charanam Prapade.
Narasimha Madi Charanam Rapade.
Narade Mamadim Charanam Prapade.
Avatar Kamalavare Naka Aguta Singha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Chanuvinga Techandika Har Hari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare
પોતાનું વૃંદાવન કેશવદીતા નર હરિ રૂપા જય જગદીશ હરે જય જગદીશ હરે જય જગદીશ હરે
केशवदीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवदीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
जयो नरसिंहदेव 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 जयो नरसिंहदेव
जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव
जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज
जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज
जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव
गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव
नरसिंहदेव की जय प्रहलाद महाराज की जय शिला प्रभुपाद की जय जय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल Thank you, Mother. Hare Krishna.
Going to class. Bhagavatam class. What are your parents?
Hare Krishna. Good. So your dad sitting here anyway. Prabhuji ne gaur. Hare Krishna. Prabhuji. Kirtan karo. Must wear a
Special Sunday.
Go. Go. Okay.
You want to play Mridanga? You want to play that? Yeah, good, good.
Thank you, brother.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravan Pracharine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasuri Gaura Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
all together Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Sing. Lead one. You want to lead one? Yeah, just about. Whichever.
Yeah, she can. You play the harmony? Come.
What is it? Come on. How is it? Chitra Dharani. Mr. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Go, don't. Wow. Take don't. Don't. No. Honey. What the hell is that?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की श्री गौर निताय की जय। शिला प्रभुपाद की जय। गौर प्रेमानंदे। हरे कृष्ण। थैंक यू। हरे कृष्ण। हरे हरे कृष्ण।
हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 रामा हरे 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 कृष्णा Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama,
Rama Rama,
Hare Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama,
Rama Rama,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna Namana Hare Hare Rama Rama
Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Gokul Nanda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Gokul Nanda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Gokul Nanda Radhe Jaya Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jai Gaur Premanande.
Continue. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me well? Yeah, I will be good. So welcome to the Bhaktivedanta Manor and the Bhagavad-gita class. So we will be having about a 45-minute session now on one particular verse. And we'll begin with a short Kirtan. Then we will go into the particular verse, and we will have a short discussion on that. Please try to make it as interactive as possible. So I'll also ask some questions at the end, and if I don't get any of you to respond, then I'll probably pick you all. And then of course we will wait for the Aarti, which is going to be at 7 o'clock. Okay. So do join me in this. We always begin any session with the Jai Radha Madhav. So please do join me. And you can close your eyes if you would like to just get into the mood of just looking at the pastimes of Krishna and Radha. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. So today we are going to use a verse from the Bhagavad-gita to explore a very interesting topic, a very important topic for us, which is the topic of the importance of asking the right questions. How many of us keep asking these questions on a daily basis? Let's have a show of hands. How many of you ask questions on a daily basis? Any questions? You can put your hands if you asked a question today. I can see one. Just one of you. There is two of you. Okay, fine. So today we are really going to talk a little bit about whom do you ask questions from, and how do you ask questions, and what type of questions do you ask? So we are going to do this through looking at chapter 4, verse 34. So in case you would like to follow me, then you can use Veda base. Otherwise, you can just join me. So, and before that, as we always do, we make an invocation prayer to Lord Vishnu. So please close your eyes and you can bring your hands together. And do join me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय Bhagavad-gita, chapter 4, verse 34. Please repeat after me. I'll first say a small parts of the stanza. Tadditvipa pratipatena. Please try. Tadviddi pranipatena. Pariprashnena sevaya. Upadekshanti te jnanam. Jnaninastatvadarshinaha. Tadviddi pranipatena. Pariprashnena sevaya. Upadekshanti te jnanam. Jnaninastatvadarshinaha. Now I'll repeat I'll do the full verse. Tadvidvi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Do you want to try? Tadviddi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninastatvadarshinaha. That's very brave. Thank you so much for that. Now I'll just do the full verse. Tadviddi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninastatvadarshinaha. Now we'll do word by word translation, so please repeat after me. Tat, that knowledge of different sacrifices. Vidhi, try to understand. Pranipatena, by approaching a spiritual master. Pariprashnena, by submissive inquiries. Sevaya, by the rendering of service. Upadekshanti, they will initiate. Te, you. Jnanam, into knowledge. Jnanina, the self-realized. Tattva, of the truth. Darshinaha, seers. So that's the word by word translation. I will read the full translation and then Prabhupada's purport. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master, inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. We will read the purport by Sri Prabhupada, and the purport is a way by which we can try to understand the essence and the meaning of the verse. This has been said by Krishna to Arjuna 5,000 years ago. So let's listen to the purport very carefully because we will then try to understand the meaning behind it. The path of spiritual realization is undoubtedly difficult. The Lord therefore advises us to approach a bona fide spiritual master in the line of disciplic succession from the Lord himself. No one can be a bona fide spiritual master without following this principle of disciplic succession. The Lord is the original spiritual master, and a person in the disciplic succession can convey the message of the Lord as it is to his disciple. No one can be spiritually realized by manufacturing his own process, as is the fashion of the foolish pretenders. The Bhagavatam, Canto 6, Chapter 3, verse 19 says, Dharmam tu sakshat bhagavat pranitam. The path of religion is directly enunciated by the Lord. Therefore, mental speculation or dry arguments cannot help lead one to the right path. nor by independent study of books of knowledge can one progress in spiritual life. One has to approach a bona fide spiritual master to receive the knowledge. Such a spiritual master should be accepted in full surrender, and one should serve the spiritual master like a menial servant without false prestige. Satisfaction of the self-realized spiritual master is the secret of advancement in spiritual life. Inquiries and submission constitute the proper combination for spiritual understanding. Unless there is submission and service, inquiries from the learned spiritual master will not be effective. One must be able to pass the test of the spiritual master, and when he sees the genuine desire of the disciple, he automatically blesses the disciple with genuine spiritual understanding. In this verse, both blind following and absurd inquiries are condemned. Not only should one hear submissively from the spiritual master, but one should also get a clear understanding from him in submission and service and inquiries. A bona fide spiritual master is by nature very kind towards the disciple. Therefore, when the student is submissive and is always ready to render service, the reciprocation of knowledge and inquiries become perfect. We will do the Mangalacharan now, so please join me if you can. You can close your eyes while we recite the Mangalacharan. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swabhadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakamvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we'll begin a little bit with the unpacking of the meaning of this particular verse. So what does Prabhupada say here? So what he says here is how do you really acquire spiritual knowledge? So you acquire spiritual knowledge by approaching a spiritual master. So many of the times we see that how do you really identify a spiritual master? So can somebody just give some ideas? How do you identify a guru? How do you really identify which guru you will need to follow? Any yeah? Yeah, very well said. Thank you, Mataji. So, and is it can we do that ourselves? So, just let me ask you a question. So, can we really approach God? Can we realize God without a guru?
No,
Why would you say that?
If we have a Mahapurush, if we are Mahapurush, then we don't need a guru. But without thoughts, we are not able to be a Mahapurush. So we need a guru to reach that place to become a Mahapurush. Then we don't need a guru. And if we think I am everything, is not going to be possible in the world. If we think someone is inside to make realities in my life, and that thought, if we have it without guru, then we don't need a guru. But it's not reality in the practical life.
That's very true. So none of us here are probably pure devotees, and we are not really a guru, so we do need help from a spiritual master. I think I saw a hand raised here. Did you have anything to say? No? Okay. Any other comments? Why do we need a guru at all in our spiritual life? No. You're saying no?
She doesn't need it probably.
You don't need a guru? Yeah, so I think Mataji said really very well, because the path to spiritual realization is not very easy. And how many of us have read the Gita? I mean, how many of us you have read? Who else? Or any Vedic scriptures and any holy books? And for those of you who have read, how easy or difficult was it for you to read and understand the essence of or the meaning behind the wisdom? Was it easy? No, it was not easy. And what really helped you to understand the meaning more? The teachings. Yeah, that's true. So as even Mataji mentioned, because the Vedic wisdom, or whatever Krishna has said in the Bhagavad-gita as an example, is knowledge shared by the Lord Himself, and it's very, very important for us to actually learn through a bona fide spiritual master. So we keep hearing this word bona fide, and we also keep hearing about this, what Prabhupada says about the disciplic succession. So can somebody tell me what that means? Who is a bona fide spiritual master? Or how would you recognize a bona fide spiritual master? It's okay to ask, it's okay to answer, even if it's not completely right. Yes, Mataji. So Mataji says, when you're ready, the Guru will come to you. That's a very, very important point. Yeah, thank you so much for that. We will come to that in a little while. Any other thoughts? So we have to spread good thoughts. So we really have to, do some austerities. We have to do some. We have to have some actions to be able to come close to a spiritual master. What else?
And we need to be punctual for that as well. If we are planning to spread that thought, first we have to be punctual.
We have to be, so we have to do a lot of work on ourselves. So in today's world, how many of you have heard this word God-men? So there are quite a number of, God-men out there, and many of them have, tried to interpret, the Gita or whatever it is that Krishna has said to really, for some material benefits. Maybe they want more power, they want more disciples, but then there is always that they don't really have you in their, as a well-wisher. They probably are doing it more for themselves than for you. And that's something that really differentiates a bona fide spiritual master from someone who is not. And in today's world, unfortunately, there are, especially in India, you would know that there are so many gurus, and many of them, they say that they will be able to help you achieve self-realization. Now, unfortunately, many of them, they do follow, and there is this blind followings, and you don't really inquire in a submissive way, and hence, it's quite possible that you might end up, not having, the right, progress in your spiritual life. So it's very, very important that you look at a bona fide spiritual master. And what Prabhupada says here is that A bona fide spiritual master is an authorized representative of Krishna himself, and they come through disciplic succession. So if you have to look at like ISKCON, and if you have the Bhagavad-gita of ISKCON, then if you just go to like a page just before the the first chapter starts, you will have the disciplic succession, which is till Prabhupada, and then before him it's his spiritual master, that's Bhaktivedanta Saraswati, and then Gaura Kishora, and then Bhaktivedanta Thakur, and then you just keep going on, and then you come till Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who was in the 1600th century. And then you can take that all the way till but where can you take the disciplic succession all the way till? Sorry? The sun god, you're close there, but not really. It is the Lord himself. So it's Krishna himself. But Madhavi, I think you made a point, because the first time the Bhagavad-gita was was actually shared by the Lord to the sun god, Vivaswan, and that's why you probably have. So Krishna says it to Brahma, and then Brahma says it to Narada, Vyasa, and that's how it's come. So it's quite important that when we look at a bona fide spiritual master, it's very important to know whom we really need to approach when it comes to like really making a choice, and who is the person that we need to ask. Now, if we have that, how do you approach this master? Now, suppose you have said, okay, now I have this particular spiritual master. How do you really approach this particular person? Once you know that this is the person that I want to really aspire for, I want him or her to be my spiritual master, how do you really go about doing that? In what mood will you be doing? Submissive, do you want to expand upon that? You need to follow them. Can you follow them blindly? Will you listen to anything and everything that they're saying?
We need to connect with the people who are following them.
We need to collect. That's a great point. So one way of also following a spiritual master is to also speak to other disciples, and we normally call them like God brothers or God sisters. That's a very good point. What else? How many of you have come for the morning programs in the Mangal Arati before? And in that, there is a particular verse that is recited, which actually captures the mood quite well. It is by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and it's from Shikshashtakam. And I'll just read out, the initial one. It's Trinad Api Suni Chena. So what it really means is that be as humble as a straw in the street. And that's very, very key to really learning and to really, to really, pay service to the spiritual master, which is really around how humble can we be. Now, ask yourself this particular question. What is the worst enemy of knowledge? What is the worst enemy for learning? What do you think is the worst enemy? Arrogance. You're very close there. Ego, false ego. That you know everything. I know it all. And do you recall the time when you were very young and when you kept asking your parents a lot of questions? What is this? Why is the sky blue? Why is the ocean? Why are there stars in the sky? Why don't we have stars on the ground? How does the train operate? I mean, how does the telephone work? But nowadays it's mobile phones, of course. But there are so many questions that we keep asking, and that's really trying to make sense of the world. And we are also trying to see how the world operates, how do people operate, etc. But what happens as we grow up? What happens when we grow up? Do we keep asking those questions? Once understanding comes inside, we don't ask any questions, okay? And how do you know that you have come to the right understanding? How do you know that you have come to the right knowledge?
There are two factors. If someone explains that facts, and if we have a trust towards them, like when you
Yeah. True, true. Yeah, that's definitely one aspect of it. So what else? I mean, one of the things that really happens when we grow up is that we stop asking questions, and a lot of it has got to do with the fact that we think we know it all, as some of you have mentioned. And when you say I know it all, is it really possible for us to know everything that's there in the world? And I don't know whether it's Albert Einstein or someone who said that, and he says that, the only thing that I know is that I know nothing. And he's actually quite a good, great philosopher. And but he also, is constantly in that state of inquiry, in that state of submission, because the first aspect of really learning any knowledge, be it material knowledge or even spiritual knowledge, is to first, is to be in that submissive mode, and like a straw. So when you see, say, a blade of grass, and when you walk on the grass, what does the grass do? So when you are walking on, say, a grassland, and when you are, really, so what does the grass really do? So what happens to the grass when you put your foot on it? It kind of flattens, and what happens after you move out? It normally gets back to its normal shape, right? So, and that's the beauty of a blade of grass, because what it does is it allows you to, be humble. So even if somebody is, impacting in any way, the grass, doesn't really change its original form. So that's really the beauty of being humble. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also says another thing, which is be tolerant like a tree. And if you look at the tree, the tree gives us so many things. It gives us shelter, it gives us shade, it gives us fruits maybe, it gives us wood that we can use to make furniture, etc. But does the tree say anything? No? We cut it down. We use it for so many purposes. I mean, whether we cut it down or even if the tree is there, we keep using a lot of the benefits. But what does the tree do? It doesn't do anything, right? So it's quite tolerant, and those are the two very important qualities of being a disciple, which is really around being submissive, as like the blade of grass, and also be tolerant like the tree. And so these two things become very important, which is really around how do you ask those questions. So once you've found the spiritual master, once you know that he is authorized and empowered by Lord Krishna in the disciplic succession that we just saw, then the next step is to say, how do we approach him? And that you do it in a mode of submissiveness, as you mentioned, and also in a mode of humility. And what happens when that happens? What happens when you are submissive? What happens when you serve your spiritual master? You're full of joy, absolutely. And how does that joy come from? And where does it come from? Your heart is telling you, yes, I think I look forward to doing this. In fact, Mataji, you were mentioning about associating with God brothers and God sisters, and many of us who are really involved, who come to the Bhakti to the manor, we do participate in a lot of service activities. And these service activities we don't do alone, and because we do it with fellow devotees, etc. And there's so much of joy that you get out of just doing that service, because you're serving as a spiritual master, you're serving Krishna, you're serving Prabhupada, but then you're doing it not alone, you're doing it really together. And that's really the beauty of having this association, and also that because when you do take a spiritual master, you are not only serving him, but you're also serving the devotees as well. So Prabhupada says in Madhya Leela, and what he says is that we have forgotten what our true position is. And in fact, you did mention about false ego, but what is truly our relationship with Krishna? We're a servant. Are we only a servant? It's love, of course. There is a reciprocation that happens of love. But definitely a servant. I'm not saying you're not. Definitely. A friend, of course. Krishna can be a friend as well. Sorry? Yeah, true for Lord. Yeah, absolutely. So, so we are actually, in a way, a servant of the 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 Lord. So, which means that our position is not just, so we have these designations that we have in our, material world. So, somebody is a director, somebody is a manager, a vice president, etc. But then in the spiritual world, these terms don't really matter anymore. And the greatest devotees that you will see are those who are most humble. So and you have some great examples of devotees here. So they don't say so if you could be the greatest devotee, but you will not really say I'm the greatest devotee and keep talking about it. That's not really how you can truly be a great devotee, because you are you believe that you are a servant of a servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of the Lord. So that's really the the mood in which you would need to ask those questions. So what kind of questions are best to be asked? So when you're really going through the spiritual knowledge, when you're trying to acquire spiritual knowledge, what do you think will be the, what kind of questions will you ask? Or on what topics? Enlightenment. Would you like to expand a little bit more on that? How can you create consciousness in your mind? Yes. So any question that's directed towards improving your consciousness in your mind, consciousness towards enlightenment for happiness to whom? And the soul and the mind. But where does the soul want to get its happiness from? Krishna, yes? Oh, yeah. So the absolute truth is really around, trying to, really ask questions about Krishna. And in fact, I do want to recite this particular verse. This is from the Srimad Bhagavatam. It's Canto 1, which is on creation. It's chapter 2, verse 5. So it goes like this: Munaya sadhu prishtoham bhavat bir loka mangalam yatkrita Krishna samprashno enatma suprasidati. So I'm just going to read out the translation and just give a little bit of the history of the context behind this. O sages, I have been justly questioned by you. Your questions are worthy because they relate to Lord Krishna and so are relevant to the world's welfare. Only questions of this sort are capable of completely satisfying the self. So, do we know who speaks in the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is like, or you can also call it the Bhagavata Purana. So, Vyasadeva has written it, but in the no, it's not Krishna. Anyone else? So with whom does a conversation happen? With Parikshit Maharaj, and whom does he ask those questions? Srila Sukadev Goswami. So this actually is said by him. So in the first chapter, there are questions asked by the sages. So this is many years ago. There is a place called Naimasaranya, and they are preparing for 1,000-year sacrifice to really for Lord Vishnu. And while the preparation is going on, the sages have a lot of questions. So what they ask is, please tell us more about the pastimes of the Lord. And so they are asking a lot of questions in the first chapter. And Srila Sukha Goswami says those are the right questions to ask, because if you really want to make spiritual progress, the first thing is for you to ask questions about Krishna. And I do have some examples of the questions that the sages did ask. We'll just have a couple of them, and then we will then move on to some questions. Let me move here. I hope the thing does work. So some of the questions that the sages asked are as follows. Let me pick just one or two of them. Yeah. So here's one which I quite liked. It's text 13. O Sutta Goswami, we are eager to learn about the personality of Godhead and his incarnations. Please explain to us those teachings imparted by previous masters, for one is uplifted both by speaking them and by hearing them. So that's really the importance of the Krishna Katha, because it's so important for us to really learn about know more about the pastimes of the Lord. And the Srimad Bhagavatam is an absolutely the best of scriptures for us to really go deeper into understanding that. So good way. So the kind of questions that you ask your spiritual master is not really about how can I be successful, how can I get my promotion. Stop. How can I be? Because what kind of questions do you ask your spiritual master? Do you ask your spiritual master, how do I find my right partner, or how do I, acquire more wealth? Is that what you ask your spiritual master? Or I'm planning to buy this big house. Is this what? Can you please let me know whether this is the right house for me to buy? Are you going to be asking those questions? No, right? So you definitely are not going to ask, because you're really going to ask questions more related to Krishna, because that's how really you build that love for him, and then the reciprocity of the knowledge becomes a lot more, because then you get the best knowledge, and that knowledge is just helps you to develop that association, that love for Krishna as well. So it's quite a beautiful. And any questions so far? Because there is one little message that I do want to share. But any reflections on anything that we have covered so far? Any questions? Okay. So I'm going to link up to another of the another sloka, which really talks a little bit more about Krishna himself. And then what we can do is we can probably do a very, very short meditation just before we go for the arati. So this is verse chapter 15, verse 15, and I'll just read out the translation. And because I think some of you did mention about the soul, about the Paramatma, etc. So what Krishna says is that I'm seated in everyone's heart. And from me comes remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. So this is so what this really says is that the purpose of the Vedas, the main purpose of the Vedas or the Vedic scriptures, is to really know the absolute truth. And who or what is the absolute truth? Who is the absolute truth? Lord Krishna himself. So what it also says is that the entire premise, the entire purpose of reading the Vedas is to know more about Krishna. And I think if we can really get, and as we discussed earlier, it's not easy for us to get that spiritual knowledge on our own. It's very, very important for us to have a bona fide spiritual master who is an authorized representative of Lord Krishna. Okay? Any questions? Yes.
This person who is sitting there is intelligent, he knows the truth, he has earned his life. If you ask the question, then he will answer you. તમે બધા જો પ્રશ્ન પૂછો ને તો એમને આનંદ થાય, તમને પણ આનંદ થશે અને રાઈટ આન્સર આપશે. એટલા માટે question must be there.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Although I can't say that I've seen the truth, I'm far, far, far below. But yes, thank you so much for that. But I think the mood is right. It's important because you don't blindly follow things to make spiritual progress, because it's quite important for you to ask questions, but do it in a submissive way. Do it in a way that you really want to develop your understanding. So please, let's have at least one or two questions, because I'm sure you would have something. Probably you would have triggered off some reflections in your mind. So let's have a couple of questions. I'm not putting you all on the spot, but okay. Yeah. I think Mataji is asking a very right question. What she's asking is, how do you really prepare ourselves and know that this is the right spiritual master that we want to go for? So it's quite important that you use your intelligence to do some some research. So as I mentioned, in the early part of our discussion, that there are a lot of godmen there, and it's very easy since there are so many of them. Everyone look sound and they look very authentic, but they probably are not. So it's very, very important for us to really do some research on it, find out a little bit about them, find out about their backgrounds, find out whether they really represent any disciplic succession, whether they are part of any parampara, how are they using the knowledge. Listen to them, because if you listen to them, then you will know whether they are doing this more for their representatives of the Lord, or whether they're doing it for themselves. So that's one way. And of course, within the within ISKCON itself, there are a number of spiritual masters. So what is recommended, if you believe that you want to really aspire for a spiritual master, is to listen to them, because the first step in any way is to listen to what they have to say. So for example, if you're aspiring for, say, Radhanath Maharaj, who is very well known in Chowpatty, then what you do is you listen to his lectures, find out what he says, what his outlook is, and then slowly start developing your own insights, and then listen to a cross section of spiritual masters, and then say, what, I know all of them are authorized representatives of Krishna, but I believe that I have this personal connection with this particular spiritual master. And then you really prepare for that. And the way you really prepare is to really listen to, as I mentioned, read any books that they have written. That's a good way to know. Speak to those who have been initiated by the spiritual master, so you get a better understanding of how they are, etc. So those are some of the ways. I'm sure there are many more ways by which you can know who is the spiritual master that you should be aspiring for. So thank you for the question. We probably have time for one more question.
Is it okay to be judgmental? In terms, we know that Krishna is the ultimate truth, and we have to cross various stages to reach to that ultimate truth, and we will meet so many people. So when we are meeting so many people, some are spiritual, some are not. Some are giving us knowledge, and some are giving us the wrong information. So is it okay to be judgmental towards those spiritual people?
That's a very good question. So what Mataji is saying is that in our lives, we actually come across many different kinds of people. Some of them are spiritual, some of them are not. And how do you really balance that? So it's not a very easy question, because it's very difficult not to be judgmental. And I'm sure that many of you have seen, because even when I, for example, cross somebody on the street, I'm already forming some opinions about this person, even if I don't know anything about him or her, just because of the way the person walks, the way the person moves. And of course, if you interact with them, there is a greater danger that you might be judgmental. And that's why it's very, very important, as we mentioned, initially about being a straw in the streets. So try not to be, so when you're in that submissive mode, you're not really being judgmental. So you're kind of absorbing things without necessarily doing it. And what I found personally very helpful to me when I'm trying to be too judgmental, is to try to remember that there is a Paramatma in each one of us. So as I look at you, and I can see some very nice smiles, I can see that that each one of us have have Krishna. So we are all temples of Krishna in a way. And when we really keep remembering that, then even our attitude towards them changes, and hence there is a less chance that we'll be judgmental towards them. So find the Krishna in each of, firstly try to connect with Krishna within you, and then of course try to also connect with Krishna and say that everyone is part and parcel of Krishna. And we may have different forms, we may have like different, we could be human beings, we could be trees, we could be animals, we could be fish, but then we are all eternal servants of Krishna in some form or the other. And the most important thing is to remember that we are not this body. We are the spirit soul, and that's the most important thing to remember. I think we'll be coming very close to the Aarti, so maybe what I could do is I would invite you to just close your eyes. Just what we could do is we could chant the Maha Mantra 3 times. So please join me when we do this. Close your eyes and bring your hands together. Try to meditate on the name of Radha Gokulananda and Sitaram, Lakshman, Hanuman, Gaura Nitai. And let's chant the Mahamantra 3 times together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So thank you so much for joining. So hope you enjoy the rest of your evening in the manor. And hope today you have had some reflections, so please think about it. It's not often that we really think about it, but whenever you come to the temple, I would encourage you that, you do darshan, you have prasadam, you do service, but also have those deeply reflective questions on how do you really want to make spiritual progress, and how do you really get real happiness? Because true happiness doesn't come in the material wealth that we have. It gives you comforts, but those are very, very temporary. But what will really give you lasting happiness is love for the Lord. Hare Krishna. And now in a few minutes we'll be having the evening Aarati, so please do stay. Please do join me. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Ki bajayo jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha Arati ko shobha Ki bajayo Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha Jana Vidata Jana
कोटि चन्द्रजिनी वदन उज्ज्वला Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram, Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Nitai Gaura Premanande.
जय ओम विष्णुपाद परम सपविराजकाचार्य स्तोत्रे Sutta Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Abhayacharya Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Samsavakacharya Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramam Sapavirajakacarya Stotre Sutta Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Prabhupada ki Anandakoti Vaishnavinda ki Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shamkun Radhakun Giri Govardhan ki Vrindavan Mayakul Dham ki jai Ganga Maya ki jai Yamuna Maya ki jai Tulsi Maharani ki jai Bhakti Devi ki jai Samveta Bhaktavinda ki jai The most beautiful Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Gaur Nitai ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Oh glorious assembled devotees Oh glorious assembled devotees Oh glorious assembled devotees Oh glories, oh glories, Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Oh glories to Srila Prabhupada. Everybody please take your seats. Sit down please. We're going to have Narshinga prayers now. And then some more Kirtan after that. Sankirtan Yaga ki! Srila Prabhupada ki! Nitai Gaura Premanande! Hare Krishna! So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, thank you very much for coming this evening here. And we're going to start very soon with more kirtans. So those of you whose heart is beating into the rhythm of mridangas, please stay. The devotees will go around underneath the picture of Panchatattva. Next darshan is 9 p.m. Mahaprashadam is served in Haveli, but please stay. And we're hoping you have a wonderful, beautiful week ahead. Just one small information. Who knows what's starting from tomorrow for 5 days? Julan Yatra, Haribol. So every morning we're going to have a festival of swinging the lordships in the morning. 7 to 7:30, maybe like that, from 7 a.m. onwards. So please come. And who knows what's happening this Friday? Balaram Jayanti Mahotsav ki! So this Friday we're celebrating the appearance of Krishna's older brother Balaram. So all of you are more than welcome to come. And there are wonderful 3 weeks of wonderful festivities ahead of us. Srila Prabhupada ki!
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Astityadeshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada So Hare Krishna everyone, thank you all so much for coming to Sunday evening Kirtan. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, in the Antya Leela, I'm going to have to pull out this verse. Yeah, in the Antya Leela 2037, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, he writes a beautiful verse which I thought would be a nice meditation for today. And if you want to think otherwise, then you're most welcome to. So it's in the in the mood of pleasing Krishna. But he writes in the Antya Leela 20:37, Premadana vina vyarta daridra jivan dasakari betanmore deha premadan. That if I don't have love for Krishna, then I should be considered a very poor soul. So what is poor? In our context, it's not poor if you don't have money. You're not considered poor if you don't have money. That's what Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is saying. You're not poor if you don't have name and fame. You're not poor. Real poor, real destitute, poor condition is one who doesn't have love for Krishna. That's what is real poor according to Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. Dasakari, make me your servant. Make me your servant. Vetan Mure. And as your servant, I want one salary. Give me love for you, my Lord. So we can pray like that. Sometimes in the Kirtan we can get carried away. And it's nice, to be together and to chant together and joyously. I don't know, maybe we'll also, it's been 3 weeks running, everyone started dancing in the Kirtan, which is nice. And it can be fun. But let us also pray deeply, like, my Lord, please make me dasakari, make me your servant. Because that's the place where I'll be most happy as your servant, as your eternal servitor. Vetan Mure. That's the only salary I want for being your servant, is I want more service. I want to be engaged in devotional service. That's a nice meditation if you feel inspired, and Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bol. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Everyone together, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. One more time, nice and loud, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And everyone together, everyone please chant. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Go Premanande.
Rama
Srila Prabhupada ki. Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Radha Gokulanand ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaunitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. So this evening we're actually graced by a wonderful two personalities. One is Devi Chitralekha from Vrindavan, so she's going to be chanting with us, and then afterwards His Grace Yadubar Prabhu is also going to be chanting with us. Please do stay. Go Premanande.
अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. हरिनाम संकीर्तन की, राधा रानी की। हरे कृष्ण, हरि बोल।
Prabhupada ki jai. So Hare Krishna dear devotees, we still have 20 more minutes of Kirtan led by His Grace Yadubar Prabhu.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Everyone chant. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Bolo bolo. One more time. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare everyone, please. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together, please. Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. One more time, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Tagore Premanande Panchakalpa Trimbhyascha Kripasundavaevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Harinama 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 Eva Kevalam Kalo Nasteva 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 Gatiranyata Harinama 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 Eva Kevalam Kalo Nasteva 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 Gatiranyata Harinama 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 Eva Kevalam Kalo Nasteva Nasteva Gatiranyata. Hare Krishna.
His Grace Shriman Yadupar Prabhu ki. Hare Krishna devotees, thank you so much for staying for Sunday night Kirtan. I know the energy is there for everyone to speak to each other, but can we please be conscious that now the temple room is actually meant to be closed half an hour ago, but we continue the Kirtan because we're joined by such wonderful guests. So please can you take your conversations outside, but further, if you're inspired to do some service, you chanted Hare Krishna for the last 2.5 hours. If you're inspired now to engage in devotional service, then we have some brooms. You can help sweep the temple room, and you can also pick up your cushions and place them in the corners. That would be really very wonderful. See you next Sunday, 7:30, Sunday night Kirtan ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Gaur Premanande.
Always on.
Please leave the temple room. Hare Krishna. Well done. Did you learn? Did you pick it up? A little bit. You have to, if you sit and you watch someone who's playing, it's much easier. Otherwise, if I teach you in the middle of the kirtan, it won't happen. So well done on becoming captain of the football team.
You asked me to give lessons in the middle of this.
Yeah. No, it's good. All the best. Hare Krishna. See you next week. Yeah, Hari Bol. Take care. It's quite clear.
And now she's at an age where she's singing for the first time with no expectations. So I see the program. She has like handshake. Like trying to decentralize.
Let me know how that goes.
I like the kids that we're introduced to it so young to come here. We don't have it in our house. No, we don't have it in our house. Like little ones.
From you. Yes.
I remember telling you the day before, innit? No. I want to make these things. Yeah, that's the life. I've been at the river for like 5 years. I haven't had these cereals for ages. Like, yeah. I've had cereal in years. Anyway, you guys. I'll miss it.
So you have a ball around.
Plus festival.
That'd be nice to get something. You still have a couple more weeks? I need to get you guys around at some point.
Yeah, we are. We're the three. Might try to go away this week.
This week?
Yeah, maybe like 29.
Each day.
The weekend.
Oh, damn. It'll probably be the same there, innit?
Yeah. But then the week after, we'll have to be in Germany.
Germany. Oh man, I'm so upset about that, man. I'm still thinking. Because Omnom's cancelled the tube strikes. So I might just like cheek ticket. Yeah.
I mean, for one person.
No, yeah, for the free, yeah. Would it be like $300-400?
Price for 5 days.
Are you guys staying in an Airbnb then? Like?
No, I think we're staying with, Ananda.
Kadubars? Oh, Kaliwa.
Ananda and Augusta.
Yeah. I've stayed at this before. Yeah.
I think we're staying.
I stayed there before.
They offered us the room next to Sachidananda's one. And Guruhari was like, is your child an angel or is she, you know?
You mean in the actual Gobra or Golokadam?
Yeah.
He's shorter than you know.
I was like, oh, she's a
But he's like super sensitive in his sleep. Like he wakes up even like the slightest noise.
And Amia has like later hair or something.
Oh. Yeah, no, Nanda's the best.
Like, nowhere near him.
Nanda's the best place I've stayed at.
Yeah. They're super like Ayam productive, so they just like, sit there and like,
Yeah, I remember. She, the husband sings like that a little bit.
Yeah.
But then you're gonna stay for the whole weekend someday as well.